Why, hello there. Let's get things going. Oops, not that one. Thank you. Make sure everything is good. That one is good. Think I forgot to do that. Would you like to tell me I'm good or not there, YouTube? There we go. Okay. Good there. Those things are good. That's good. All right. We are ready to rock. We have a bug. Oop, I almost forgot. Not quite ready to rock. We have some bug to fix today. Specifically, you don't go there, you come down here. Here for me to listen to. So specifically, we have an issue writing this data to the file. So we need to get that squared away. As soon as I get this into a state that is conducive to work. There we go. Okay. So we have testing around the marshalling, and I believe that's still passing. We are not. That's not what I want to do. I want to run these really quick. I'm pretty sure we ran this and everything's still passing. So we haven't broken marshalling, as far as we know. Okay, yes, good. Let's just make sure that I'm not insane. We are looking at the model test right now, as a matter of fact. Marshall to JSON. We've got room data. We've got connection data. This needs connections in it. I wonder if that's our problem. Not connections, but DCs in it. We're going to say use DC. Difficulty check. I need some IDs that are real. And they need to stay the same, and I don't want to generate them. I just want to put them in here. I can lift some from server. Nope. Hello to you as well. Config skills. Got a couple of real IDs here I can borrow. Grab you. And this should be a UUID value. Yes. From a string. Oop, that one. And then also, let's give it a DC. And let's do these in the correct order. I'm gonna do that, and I will grab this skill ID. Doesn't really matter what they are. We just want data that looks real. We're gonna give these guys different. Okay, and we'll grab this. And that's going to have no number in there, no DC number. That's a valid state, and we're going to have no use DC on him. That should represent a couple different valid states for things to be in. And this is the only test that should matter for that, because we've got no connections and empty connections as a thing. Okay, so we failed. Good. Our test will help us to find our bug. It already has, I think. UID value is not a subtype of string. When we did app controller, when we did our changes here, because we messed up, it's not map controller, it's map model. We did the changes to the DC stuff because the actual file isn't the same. What's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, the fields aren't the same. We need to fix it eventually, but for now, we need to get running. Shouldn't need that right now. Shouldn't need that. Shouldn't need that. Shouldn't need that. We have model tests. We got. Do I not have the map model open? Must be. Okay. Here you are. Okay. Connections. But this is actually connection data, Marshall. Okay, that's fine. That makes sense. Connection model here. To JSON. This. I need to string you, which will make that redundant. This is also going to be a prob. So we store these as strings, oops, in the file. And these guys, actually, hang on. Did I didn't store these guys as strings. I let them be ints. Okay, and that's unnecessary. Okay, cool. So now that passes. Let's go back to running the editor. Give it a second to build here. Editor. And if I at 0, 0, make you a little bigger so you're a little easier to look at. I apply those changes. I save those changes. Asynchronous suspension. Converting object to an encodable object failed. Okay. So something else has gone awry. Instance of map data. Let's take a look, see here. Close you for a second. I got too many things open. I don't think I need you up right now. I don't need you open right now. Object controller base, maybe. Take a look here. And see. Let's see, we've got converting object to an encodable object failed. Instance of map data. Let's can do this as a test. Okay, so it is in there somewhere. That's where our troubles lie. We've written empty tiles and connections. I'm okay with this being an empty field because it's small and it indicates visually that this is an empty map. I'm good with that. We need this to reload when we save as well, but we'll get to that here in a second. So our bug lies somewhere in either rooms or connections. Not surprising, right? I'm going to... I don't actually have to apply save that. Okay, so rooms has a problem for sure. Let's see if connections is good or not. I hit save. Okay, so there's also some kind of an issue there. What is that issue is the question. We'll start with rooms. They're simpler. And I suspect it's this right here. Tile data to JSON. Tile data to JSON. That couldn't be... What do we got going on here real quick? Okay, then. Let's take a look at tile data. This should be... rooms.map. It's a list of room data. And because we're going over this, it should all be room data. We made sure you're not null or empty. So let's take a look at you. To JSON. Connection IDs is a UUID value. Is it you? Are you the source of my woes? Nope. Well, actually, I should double check. Let's make sure this gets built with all the new stuff. Do squares represent rooms and arrows represent connections between rooms? Exactly. Exactly what they are. Ah, right. Let's undo that right quick so that we have some data to play with here. Okay. We'll apply that. Save it. Yeah, there's still a bug somewhere. Okay, so it's not in this. That's very, very strange. And I did call you tiles in the file. Probably going to have to do a debug here. This is from JSON. Whoops. Let's take a little look-see at what happens in here when we hit save. Load tiles per room. I don't understand the question. Each room is a tile. This should actually work too. Okay, so rooms and connections exist. We have our list. It is there. It is 0. It's this right here. Marshall tiles. This needs to be, okay. It's because you're, okay. You're a map strength, duh. Okay, that makes sense. Well, no, that's correct, because that's what this is. And then we... What am I overlooking? You see? Excellent. So if I hit save, then result gets tiles. And that is correct. It should be a list of maps. Why do you not know how to write that, convert that over? Why does that confuse you? In our testing, room tiles is room data. We do need to make sure our DCs are correct. We'll do that here in a minute. It must be in... If we were to... do this really quick. Tiles is a map you're putting list in result tiles. It's a list of maps. List, map, string, dynamic, because it's going to be marshaled to JSON. And tiles is map. So this is you elide the list when you define it like this, but it's an empty list until we populate it. Map string dynamic result. Okay, so if we do that, and then to string it, I think that makes the output wrong, but it'll give us information on if this is being confused or not. You missed the brackets? Yeah. Dart syntax is a little funky sometimes. Okay. So if I save that, it did. Okay, so it's something in the encoding here. Like, obviously this is not correct, but it did output the JSON as a string. Or the JSON formatted, I guess I should say. It's all wrong. So something is broken in the encoding step here. And I might need to go look at my docs again. Dart syntax is okay. I've seen worse. Yes. It's a little too JavaScripty for me to truly love it, but it's not bad. I have mostly enjoyed learning and working with Dart and Flutter. Mostly. Let's see here. To JSON. Confused as to why the test passes, but the real thing works. Oh, because I don't... Okay. Because I just call to.json over here. So maybe we should take a look at that. I wish it gave me some kind of idea as to why. I guess we can step in and see if we can't gain some insight as to what is not happy. Hit save. Step on in here. Oh, it won't let me step in? No, it is. Okay. We're in. Looks like JS, but more formal. I find it much nicer than TypeScript. Yes. TypeScript, I mean, it's better than JavaScript, but I feel like it's just... It feels like what it is, a type system bolted on to JavaScript, in my opinion. And I don't love it. So we marshal up everything here. And it doesn't tell me where or why. Why do you... Stringify to encodable indent. Let me get out of here real quick. Output to string. Exactly, yeah. Dynamic object string indent. Will you let me see what's happening here? Nope. Okay. That might be an editor setting. But maybe not. Or it may be hidden. Let's see here. So we know when we just raw to stringed it that it didn't have things like quotes and whatnot. Do I need to help it out here? Says it's unnecessary. So it should be correct. Let me put it back just for fun, just to see. I wonder. Shouldn't be something to do with like that offset, I don't think. I guess we could test that too. Yeah, it just failed. What if I didn't mess with the indent? Is there some kind of a conflict there? Just use the default encoder, whatever that happens to be. What happens then? You have the same exact issue. Is there a way to get more... coding of elements of lists and maps, dented, put on separate lines? Handles numbers, strings, booleans, null lists, and maps with string keys directly. Which is what we're providing you at this level. In theory. But it also defaults to calling to JSON. We've already kind of done that for you. What if, just for funsies, what if I just give you this just to see? Okay. What I expected. Let me make sure nothing gets is just cached. Hi, wow, seeing mud in your title really brings back memories, right? Does anybody else remember listening to Winamp, like Shoutcast Radio, and playing muds? Yeah, same. Okay. It's deeply unhappy with this for some reason. I was addicted to Diku muds many decades ago. Gotcha. I think the ones I played the most was Iron Realms, but there was a couple other that were kind of like web-based. They weren't really truly muds. They were like... they were definitely mud-inspired, but there was a lot more clicking and a lot less typing. I don't even remember the name of the one, but I'm pretty sure it was Iron Realms. It was one of the ones that they've killed off, I'm pretty sure. Because I looked at some of the things they still run, and like some of the classes I remember are still there. They've been brought into their other, their other ones that they still run. Mine required telnet to a server port and was all typing. Yeah, I played those too. Yep. Winamp and Mud, it was a different lifetime, right? But it really did whip the llama's ass, I tell ya. That was a good period in time. We had a lot of things really started to, cool stuff started to happen then. I remember there was an old first person, I think, shooter game called Soldner. And they like, it was basically like Battlefield 2, not 2, 1942, Battlefield 1942. But they had like jumping through windows and rappelling down buildings and a whole bunch of other stuff. And it was like some, obviously, you know, probably German company. And I think they were indie, but I could be wrong. And they like really took that format and really made it more interesting and added more cool stuff. We had mods for Battlefield 1942 that were awesome. There was one that made all modern stuff, you know, kind of like the early version of what was Battlefield 2 was the first modern day one, but like huge mods. TypeScript isn't a hard bar. Anything I've tried so far has felt better. You're not wrong. Okay. Nostalgia totally hijacked my attention span there. Yes, I was going to look at this. Okay, I'm here, right? I need to ignore that one for now. Come back here. Alt is a map. UID is a string. That's all strings. Tiles as a key, inside of which is an object. It's a growable list, inside of which are maps. UUID, string, this is a... Yeah, okay, yeah. Coordinate, location is incorrect. That's got to be part of it. TypeScript is okay, definitely better than plain JS. Problem is that it's still JS, yeah, JS underneath. Okay, so coordinates. Coordinates are an problemo. Let's stop you. Let me go look at. So room data, when you marshal, this is not correct. That's from JSON, sorry. Location doesn't get handled correctly. Location being a coordinate. Do you know how to marshal yourself? You don't. I bet, let's just, for the sake of my sanity here, if I take this out, what happens? Does it actually complete? Because there's no toJSON on a coordinate. Not yet, anywho. If I save, that looks promising. Okay, no errors are getting spit out. I would need to look for 2513. My edit did go. Okay, that's it. Found it. So, Let me undo that really quick. And it's also done something else here. Oh, no connections in there. Duh. Okay. You need to roll back entirely, please. Okay. So, that's my problem. Let's go fix first the test that is giving us a false negative. My model test. My test data here. That's unmarshal. Unmarshal. Do you not have room data? You have locations, though. And we even make sure that your locations are correct. Right, because it, we called to JSON on it. It's the encoding that doesn't know what to do with it. But the encoding... Ugh. If I was to... If I was to encode it, instead of just converting it to call it to JSON, which apparently I do need to do, how do I then get it back easily without a bunch of... I guess I would just decode it again. Duh. Okay, so... let's say... we need to import that. This is not. And then... so this should cause it to fail. Okay. And then if we were to fix... so temporarily, I need to, just to make sure I'm not shooting myself in the foot here. Room data, room model. Let's get you over here really quick. If I take location back out of here really quick, then my test should progress beyond this point. It'll still fail on checking the locations, but this should just double check my thinking here before I go changing stuff. It does. Okay, so coordinates are bad, but it got passed. Okay, so we need to do that to all of our tests. We need to fix this first and foremost. So we could... we could either make the file better, which we need to change the server for as well. So we kind of probably need to put a band-aid on this because we want to get to feature parity more or less before we go changing stuff. Especially things that require the server to change as well, because the server has to parse these files too. Any language that forces me to assume a lot of stuff and not be strict enough feels bad for me. Yeah. Only JS has been like this for me so far. It's annoying. Yeah. Python as well. Like anything that implicitly converts types and stuff like that and enables you to shoot yourself in the foot so simply, so easily, and you have to run it to figure out if you're wrong or not. I don't like. But even Python has been adding type hinting and stuff like that, you know? Okay, so in theory, either well, yeah, we need to put the Band-Aid on this. So if I go teach Coordinate how to marshal, it'll either just work out of the box or I'll just have to call marshal on it. Or to JSON, rather. Which I'm fine with, I think. Yeah. We probably also need... Yes, I agree with you. Excellent. JS has a lot of historical baggage, yeah. When it was introduced, it wasn't meant to be used as we use it today. Yeah, well, that's like the whole internet, right? And instead of fixing it, because that would require the entire world to change everything, we just keep, like, leaning on JavaScript. Which is... like, I understand the reason, but at the same time, it's just deeply disappointing. Okay. So let me look at the 2JSON. It's just, let's look at one that's not a factory. We don't need a factory. We just need... Well, no, actually, because... I guess I can just do a list of ints as a band-aid. Let me look at the... I think I can remember the syntax. Let's find out. Coordinate to JSON. Map string dynamic coordinate to JSON. And then it's just this syntax. Can't have a return type. Okay, nope, I can't remember it. Not really. We could introduce something like script type equal text / new thing. I mean, would we really get any more benefits out of doing a different scripting language? Like, it would be a little better, but it wouldn't solve the problem that, like, HTML and HTTP is all supposed to just be a static thing, you know? WASM, yeah. Which, I mean, has been getting better from what I'm not super into the webby ecosystem. But I've heard about it getting better, but it's still... a lot of the things I've used that implement it are still slower and not as... I mean, even Flutter, like, this is native, but it would compile to web and use WASM, right? But, like, this text isn't selectable here, which I need to look into fixing, probably. Just in case you're looking for the ID in a config file. So, like, there's some weirdnesses that happen. And anytime you really upend stuff like that, I mean, a good example is Wayland versus X11, right? Sure, X11 is old. X11 has been around for 1,000,000 years. It doesn't do some things we want to do. But Wayland is still full of crap that doesn't work right for like real world use cases, and it's still immature, you know, because of the nature of that kind of a project. Like I'm using it right now, but I still run into things on it all the time. And up until everybody started forcing the switch over, every time I did the optional switch, I would run into things like Discord. I couldn't use push to talk if I wasn't focused on the window. Like that's just a huge glaring oversight, you know? So like all these little wrinkles and edge cases and different things for something that is an interactive interface, like, yeah, it's hard to iron them all out. It's going to take a lot of time to get there. But I'm hopeful for the future of WASM. I think the opposite is like Rust. It's so strict, I basically accept that it's a skill issue and it's better to do it the Rust way. I mean, yes. I haven't done a massive amount of Rust, but like, in general, like, I don't know. I have mixed feelings on it too. Web as it is today is a behemoth of bad decisions and hobby horses. Yes. Absolutely. I'm reminded of, let me pull it up. See if I can find it. There's an XKCD about that. Yeah, this one. Here's where your hobby horse lives. Right there. Been waiting for Wayland since Direct FB days, 26 plus years, right? And like it's a lot better now. And which is good because everybody's, you know, forcing it in to be the default now. And so far it's mostly okay, and it's getting better, you know, as you know, I'm very sympathetic to the fact that that's a huge thing to do, you know. Like in general, I'm pro the new things. I would really like for Wayland to work by Series X. Yeah. Up until like my main box, I run Arch. It's down right now. It's motherboard and or CPU are dead, so I gotta afford parts. But I gave up trying to run Wayland over there, but I game more, or used to game more on that and everything else too. So you know, that's where I encountered those things where like it just didn't work. And then you get like the obtuseness sometimes in the open source world drives me a little bit crazy. I don't remember what I read, what I was looking at, but there was something is I ran into like a YouTube video on covering that issue, and it was like they were going over like the bug report. They showed it on the screen, and somebody reported it. They're like, hey, this happens in like I think it was multi-monitor stuff, right? Notoriously a headache. And they reported it. They're like, hey, every game that tries to do things this way is going to be broken. And the responses were like, well, can you give me an example? And like, every game, all of them. Here's these three, you know. Well, you know, and people, you could tell that somebody had a dog in the race, and they were upset that somebody had said it might not be perfect. Sure, it's getting better. Still, sadly, still out there. Yeah. So Rust issue is it doesn't take into account that sometimes you're trying out ideas and you don't want to be super strict and efficient, but you're still forced to write it that way. Okay, yeah, I can see that. But like, I guess get good at doing it the Rust way, I suppose, is like the theory, which I can understand. Like, I get it. There's a time and a place, you know. I guess if it allowed you to get past the compiler warnings, people would just do it and that would be kill its purpose. Exactly, right? I've worked in C code bases that threw out all kinds of warnings and they just didn't bother. They didn't care, you know? Rust is kind of opinionated, but I like it. Yeah. Too much politics and too little code. Yeah. Yeah. There's a big, big politics problem. Well, I guess that's everywhere. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was trying to that's what I've done wrong. But this syntax is incorrect. And I need to look at something that doesn't use the factory version so I can remember the correct way. That would be something like attributes. Nope, you don't marshal. What? No, yeah, you do. Right here. Duh. Okay, we arrow funk you. That's what happens. So, to JSON. And then we just do, it implicitly does the stuff, which is just a list of ints, but I don't have a key. Ooh. Is there a way to do this without... That's what I really want. But... because you return a map, string dynamic. And I bet that, yeah. Okay. So I can't do it this way until we fix it. Let's see here. In Wayland, yeah. Rust should have relaxed mode. I like opinionated. I feel like trying to be general will just make the language feel like every other general purpose language one way or another, which I don't think is the best way to move forward. Too strict for prototyping. Shouldn't be inventing hot water. Well, I mean, if you're not a general purpose language, in which case you need to be able to kind of write everything. What is your purpose in the world? You know, you become an esoteric lang or a DSL, right? Just learning Rust these days. Today I basically had to write some basic loop, but I couldn't get it right. I got mad. But when I learned why it's not allowing me, I kind of accepted the skill issue. Yeah, I can see that. Okay, so for Band-Aid purposes, we just need to do... room, where is my... So connections will have them. Because origin and destination are coordinates, right? Yes. So you... Oops. Need to be that. Up until we change things. Because we shouldn't just YOLO in an int list here. Let's see, I'm procrastinating right now so hard. I mean, that'll happen. Okay, and then these guys should be fine. I need to throw myself here to do place this crap when we fix the formatting coordinates. I think I was trying to avoid... I think in the original Go code, I was trying to avoid writing a coordinate package or finding one. And I wound up just doing it eventually because it just became so needed. So the formatting is still broken for that. So that'll fix connections. We also need rooms. Attributes. We're done there for now. Room model. Your location when we marshal you to JSON. Ugh. And I need to make sure that I leave myself. Thanks for stream check, guys. See you later. Have a good one, man. Good luck. Enjoy your Rust. Where are you? Here you are. I need to make sure that I have made myself a task for this or a bug, either way. Yes. Okay. I have told myself to not be lazy. Get back to there. Okay. This should hopefully allow us to correctly marshal. Okay. Now we need to fix our check for it, but that's fine. And then we need to go fix all of the everything. Location needs to be target.location, but not. This should be int x y. This will break when we fix that formatting, so we should be okay. I need to also this. And the same for destination. Theoretically, that passes. Cool. These guys. We need to go... I don't want to do this. What order? I'm just going to do it all at the same time. This. We're going to need to put this into everything that tests test marshalling. Like so. Like so. I should probably leave myself an explanatory note. I'll circle back and do that really quick here in a second. That's fine. And this is unmarshal stuff. We can leave that alone for now. That's okay. Let me just do... We must test coding instead of just converting. Wow, I cannot type. Encoding instead. There we go. Because coder will barf on fields that don't or on objects, I guess, aren't simple and don't implement to JSON. Little gift for future me, so that I don't come back in and go, well, why did I bother encoding and then decoding? I should just convert it and call it a day. Because obviously I already had that thought once. Oh my gosh. One day I'm going to stop hitting that thumb cluster when I'm looking for enter. But it is not this day. Okay. Now, we should have a couple of failures still. And we do. Perfect. We just need to go fix up the this. That's location, because this one has no connections. No connections. Empty connections. Why does empty connections fail? Because of the tile. Tile location. Here you are. Let's see here. The... No name, no tiles, empty tiles. Right, because you don't check anything but the name. That's fine. No tiles, empty tiles. You have connection data, but... What are we actually testing here? Testing that you marshaled those correctly and didn't barf, I guess. Even though that's not super valid, it's fine. We can handle malformed things, basically. I need to also make sure right here, verified DCs are correct. So we do origin, destination, transit, transit, exit. So if let's do these in the correct order. If these aren't null, then we want to say that we expect result connection. And I got to remember how I formatted this, because this needs to be fixed up as well. But for now, I think it's spot skill. Okay, yeah. Spot skill. should be equal to target spot DC skill ID to string. Why do you test map data for all possibilities instead of testing components of map data? I don't understand the question. Instead of testing components of map data. Because it unmarshals into one data struct and it would be difficult to test because of the unmarshaling, if I'm understanding correctly. I'm still not sure I do. So the map model unmarshals from a JSON file. And so to unmarshal the file, test the various different permutations to make sure we don't barf. Test marshalling of connections, rooms, etc. separately. I do for the for those models. But if something is to change, I don't want to miss a change in the map that I need to also make. I should also have tests that are broken in the other model or the other test files right now. What was I doing? Yes, you. Okay. And then here we say if you're not 0, then we expect I think it was spot DC. Yes, we need to fix this, but for now, oop. Skill ID DC. That won't be a string though. It'll be an int. Otherwise, I think it's contains key. Isn't defined for the type JSON codec. It's asking me because map data test file is getting really big and hard to navigate. You're not wrong. I worry less about the test files than actual code files. I mean, you're not wrong though. But I don't want to miss a change in how it's supposed to come out, right? So I'm double testing. I'm doing double work, right? But this is the interface between the editor's code and a text file, really, which is, you know, something that's super prone to getting mangled in some way, shape, or form. Be that by manual intervention or, you know, a bad write or something like that. So I'm focusing extra effort on making sure that we can correctly pull that data out of that file, handle different edge cases. You know, obviously so all of this morning, I had a really subtle bug in here in where it couldn't unmarshal this, right? And it was hard to find, and I missed it in my testing. This should be result. And we do the same thing here. For use skill. Use DC. Skill ID to string. And then if DC is not equal to 0, then we expect not user skill, use skill. Use DC. Use DC. DC. Otherwise, wrong. Expect result contains key. Use DC. False. No problem in being extra safe. Yeah. I'm willing to do extra drudgery and crappy testing work around things where I really want the boundaries almost between like business logic, so to speak, and other stuff. I do the same thing for stuff that I could mock, like if I was reading data from a database, I'll often double test around there, so the shim code that interfaces with the database will have its tests, and things that rely on it will also test, and it's double testing, absolutely. But I've caught too many things that I didn't think of in the past by doing that extra work that, for me, I consider it worthwhile still. Okay, this should all be good now. Unless I've overlooked something. Always possible. I want to make sure that I include, actually, one of these cases where it is 0. That'll be in our connections here. I'm going to make that DC 0 instead of just another number. That's what I overlooked. So we should omit the key entirely, and we do. Perfect. Need end-to-end tests in the end. Yeah, that's a whole nother can of worms too, right? Like, we were talking about this yesterday. I don't remember who the person was, but so I've worked in a big Python test framework, so to speak, on an enterprise product, and a lot of people just neglected or put minimal effort towards the end-to-end testing. And it's true. It cost a lot to maintain in terms of time and attention, right? And it caught fewer bugs than other stuff, but like it was still, in my opinion, valuable and worth maintaining and trying to, improve. And look at the results of, because if you have that time, and you can make arguments for not having it. I'm a little sus on them sometimes, like you'll catch stuff and it'll help. And everybody always argues, well, they're fragile, and especially if they're UI tests, they're fragile. They produce little to no value. Little, yes, and they don't catch everything and yada, yada, yada. But like, tests never catch everything. You're just trying to be as diligent as you can in identifying issues before they impact somebody, And you're going to miss stuff. You're still going to have bugs, but it's never about being perfect. It's about trying to be better, Okay, so you should all be passing in this file, but I should have errors in the other. And I do. Room model has, and connection model has issues. Perfect. So I'm going to keep you open. I think you're done for now. I'm going to scoochie you over. Thinking of end-to-end and the concept of map data responsibilities. Well, I mean, so that's the other thing, right? Where the different types of testing and their different names get muddy, right? Like, is it a unit test? Is it an integration test? Is it an end test? And especially if you're talking about something like Go, they get even muddier, you know, as to what is what. Uh-oh. My laptop fell off my Wi-Fi. That's not cool. Hopefully we're back here. Speaking of things that should be tested, obviously. Are we back to life? I hope we're back to life. That was weird. Is my chat still synced up, or do I have to repop you out? Hopefully. I think we're all right. We'll keep an eye on things. Full end with UI and everything's always good. It doesn't need to check every corner. Yeah. Yeah. It's always like a trade-off, right? Between where do you focus your energy? Because it is finite. Right? Super funny that we're talking about, you know, bugs and testing and trying to be better, and suddenly I fall off the internet. I'm always a little sus too about the pop out YouTube chat, because I've had a couple times where it just stopped talking to the popped out window, and I was missing messages, and I felt super bad. Okay. I was looking for... you can be closed for now until we fix everything else. Testing my room model and connection model. Room model. We're going to need to do the same deal with these fellas here in the decode and encode for anything that's on marshalling. Except for here, I called you test data. Let's get that in. Wait a minute, what did I do over here? From JSON. Oh, this is on Marshall. I need to test Marshall, to fix Marshall. There we go. And then you are test file. No? You are. There we go. YouTube is glitching for me for weeks. Yeah, it's been a little bit janky. I've had a lot of interrupts when watching longer videos, like actual play. You know, Dungeons & Dragons, Starfinder, stuff like that. There's a couple of those guys that I watch in the background when I'm working on other stuff and not streaming. And periodically it'll just like refresh the video, and I'm like, what's going on, YouTube? And like I check my internet and it seems to be okay, and all right. Now, I'm going to suspect that I probably called it test tile everywhere. I did indeed. So I should be okay, because I do try to minimize my suffering with copy pasta. And then these guys are for the other functions. So we should be okay there. Now, our marshalling should still be broken right now, because we need to go update that. But we actually got to incorrect coordinates, so we passed through this step, so we're good. Location should be location array incorrect. This like so. And I should be able to just copy pasta this. That should be good. Excellent. Connection model will have the same problems with incorrect. And we only have one test for you. That's probably fine. Is there any... think... because everything is pretty much required for these guys, I think we're okay. I just need to... UR test data. Get our import going here. This needs to be X and Y. And we'll throw in a little bit of that. Same deal here. That should fix up all of this stuff here. Perfect. And if I'm not mistaken, that should fix the rest of my broken tests, unless I'm overlooking something in my brain. Nope, we're good. Okay. Now, I want to break this commit up a little bit, I think, because when we went and found this bug, we had other stuff in the works here. So let's add you are in map. We want to add map model. We want to add room model. Are you not in? Oh, you're in room. And connection. Connection model is just in map. And then we're going to add all of test to this commit. Problem in test is that you're expecting a coordinate instead of int. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Fix bug in encoding coordinates. Can you try without JSON encode, JSON decode? We did that at the beginning. Remember, that's why it was passing, because it was just converting it to JSON worked. It was the encoding that gets confused about what to handle, how to handle. Let's see here. Encoding coordinates. Fix tests to account for issues encoding coordinate objects and to correctly check the results until we fix them. We don't need to push that just yet. So that leaves us with all of these. You shouldn't expect coordinate from JSON. I'm not. Because it's been encoded and decoded, right? So it converted it all into strings. It figured out how to handle everything, which in this case is now just an int array, right? And then decoded it back. Whereas before, it just dumped the object into the map, and it was happy with that. Because it didn't have to do the encoding step, it just converted it. And part of encoding does this extra stuff right here. Shouldn't expect coordinate from JSON in JSON. Right, so the problem is that this sucks, right? This should be a coordinate object. Hello, auto format. Thank you for breaking everything. This should be something like this, right? That's what it should look like. Expect result coordinate. I'm confused about what you're trying to say. This is what this correctly should be, but it's not, because the server doesn't speak that yet. Right now, it's just a list of ints. So in my test, I was there already. We expect origin, which is a coordinate, right? Result connection origin in the map is going to be the int list now. We expect it to be an int list that has the target's origin X and the target's origin Y. Should be tuple. I don't know which one of us is hallucinating right now. Go back to location where you checked expect result location. There's multiple places where we expect that. This is one of them. We can go these guys too. You expect that int list is coordinate. No. Target origin is of coordinate type. Yes. So I expect an int list here. Origin X, origin Y. Uh-huh. Comments are lagging. Yes, there is a delay. Even though I'm on low latency mode, there is still a delay. Especially, it probably doesn't help that we just got disconnected a minute ago, too. It probably could be another issue. Tell you what, I'm going to use the restroom really quick and grab a beverage while you type out what you're trying to say so that I can understand. Result connection origins is not equal to target origin. They are not of the same type. They are. Result origin is an int list. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll leave this up so you can look at it. Beverage achieved. Yes, but the target origin you were comparing it to before is coordinate type. That's why the test failed before. Right. That's why we switched just now. to this up until we fix this. I'm confused as to where the disconnect is here. Why not say target origin as list instead of int array? Because this doesn't know how to turn itself into a list either. But it's also a placeholder because this needs to get changed to an object instead of just a list. Like the yeah, just origin here. Like there's no to list. Why? So you don't have to change test later, but I want to change the test later because we're going to fix later. When we fix things and the server knows how to read it, we're going to make it an object, and then the test will need to be changed anyway. They're acting as a canary, basically, in the coal mine. All right, what was I doing here? I was adding... Yeah. Because when we change this object, we're going to need to change the handling inside of these little modules, right? So the connection model this guy returns this right now. It's going to need to fix that. And also when we unmarshal, we'll have to fix this as well, which is going to break our tests, which is good because it's changing the behavior. I would add a method as marshal just for testing. I mean, you could. Handling and modules shouldn't have to do with marshaling. They do, because they need to know how to unmarshal and marshal themselves. Because ultimately what we want is to be able to say, go through my list of things here. And actually this is good that I came back because I do need to go back to the marshaling in, not this one, map model. Here you are. I need to uncomment this stuff we had out of here. But ultimately, we want to be able to just, to JSON these, it'll spit out things that it knows how to encode and marshal itself, basically. Because this class needs to know how to take care of itself. Good thing I remembered, or I looked again. Connection model, map controller, map model, map editor, map pane. Yes. I agree. Excellent. But I'm not completely insane. Add ability to save maps. Now, so when I come in here, we need to go back to main, relaunch you. We're done in here. We're done in here. Where are you? There you are. And I come in here and I say, foo! And I apply it. I save my map. I should then see you over here. You indeed have... What has happened to... You have no connections. I just changed that. Roll back. Just that file, please. Connections is Marshall Connections. Did I... Connection data. It's not empty. Connections add. This is an issue in room data. Why do you not have connections in room data? Oh, you know why? No? What happened here? You should have the connections list in you. I'm overlooking something that had to do... We go through connections. That's this right here. These are not connection IDs. That actually, whoops. Because this is our connection data. That can't be null. I'm trying to say is you're now using int list for chords in JSON. Yes. You expect to change it to XY, yes, or something. You will have to change all the tests again plus connection. Yes. They all use the same hard-coded interface of an int list. Why not just use a helper method? Because I don't want one? I don't... What would that get me? This is connection data. This is a connection. That needs to be stringed. That's why. I don't need this here. I just need that. Because we only use the connection IDs list for unmarshalling. After that, anything we change, we do the actual connection data. So when we marshal, we need to pull the IDs back out right to the file. That's why. We'd give you standard interface to serialization of coordinate regardless of what you make it later. regardless of what you make it later. Okay, so you're saying a helper to call just to say, what would you be if you were marshaled? I could do that. But for one, I don't like adding code that only serves to be for tests. Red flags, you had to change it so many places in test case. I mean, yes. I'm generally against adding code for testing purposes. Things that only exist to serve tests are a red flag to me. That is an interesting question, though. What will I do to test it? I would either have to test both or something. But duplication in tests doesn't bother me. It may not only be for tests. It is. Because once we get it into the actual program, we work with it as a coordinate object, right? We have a string that this is actually the stringer right here. This one doesn't use it, but this is the stringer. You can just test that method. But I don't want to. I don't want any abstraction in tests, really. I want to work with as close to raw data as possible. That's why we go to all the trouble of specifying the everything as a so for my marshalling stuff, I work with this as a string, a map a string dynamic, right? Because I don't want other things involved. I want to work with as close to real data as possible, as it looks when it comes in. Anytime you start adding the abstractions, you start creating places for bugs to hide, essentially, right? Let's see here. Chord to JSON, JSON to chord. Well, that's the to JSON and from JSON. Let's see here. We change you, we apply, we hit save. Oop. What has happened? Still don't have, oh, tiles. Yeah, why don't I have connections? Oh, you know what I did? I got all distracted and did that. Doing it by hand? Exactly. Roll back. Sorry? I mean, what are you sorry for? I mean, it's a valid, like, opinion. I just don't agree with it, right? Like, I see what you're saying, but I would rather change 6 tests than have another thing that I have to worry about that exists only for testing, right? That's why I'm working directly with this stuff and saying, hey, look, what is my result? Compare it to this. Same thing in reverse, right? To where let's go back to when we have connections. That's connect. That's no connections. Empty. No name. Map to JSON. So when we come in here and we look at our location, we pull it out of the map that we re-decode back, right? And I don't have to worry. I have the target up here. I know exactly what it should be because I based it on this guy. And we iterate through here, right? How do you marshal the coordinate to JSON? I don't yet. That's what needs to be changed in the future. It will get a from JSON and to JSON in the future. Right now, not you, connection to JSON, we build an int list here. When we fix it, this should be origin to JSON. And that'll break my tests, and it should. Because I've changed behavior, right? Mm-hmm. This is the Band-Aid. Because to JSON needs to return a map string dynamic, right? So a string in any. Why not just add it now? Because I need to go teach the server that coordinates are an object in the file too. And this branch is already huge, and it's a complete rewrite of the editor from Cogent to Flutter. So if I just Band-Aid it now, I've got a task to convert it later. I can do the changes with the server, do all the testing for the one small task, keep everything in its own commit, its own branch, its own merge. And then my history is cleaner, so if I have to go back and look through and say, okay, well, where did I break this crap? I have a better idea. This is already huge, but I don't think I've touched the server in here yet. I don't think. I think there is one thing that I did change, but the less I can touch the server in this branch, the better. Bum, 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 bum. We were checking connections. They should be fixed now. Because I did the right one. Add a checking coordinate from JSON if so list and if... Why? The server, I would still have to change that in the server. Like, we're not concerned about backwards compatibility right now because it's not used for realsies. But we want it to be usable. We don't want to accumulate a bunch of broken, right? Okay, so we'll do our change. We'll do our foo. We apply. No, it can't, because this writes the file that the server reads, right? So if I change this is a test one, so it's different from the actual one server's reading for developing this. But if I was to change this format, the server can't read it anymore. It needs to know, right now it's expecting a location, which is an int array. It needs to know that there's going to be an object there before there becomes an object there. Otherwise, all the rooms are broken. Okay. What did you change in here? Why do I have fewer connections? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, that's actually correct. You should only have 3 connections. Why did you have 5? Oh no. Are you associated with both? Did I forget something I did? Did I do something in a silly way? Roll you back. 2, 3, 4, 5. Because you're not at 1, 1. You're at 9, 1. What's going on here? Oh, duh. I'm an idiot. It's just reordered. 9, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 should still have 5. 0, 0 should have 3. So if we go look for 9, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it reordered this because it's a list now. Let's see. This needs to be corrected. The max index is 9, but the size is 10. And if I roll this back, 0, 0 should still only have 3. And they should be this 3. Let's just make sure. Roll back. There you are. If we go looking for 0... 0, but we need like that. It has 3. It is B5 or 4B5, 4BD5, 73D4, 0602. So yeah, that's correct. Okay. All right. So we haven't totally screwed that up. We need to look at our size, though. When I did that in map model, let me actually, hang on. Before I get too far here. Correct, use correct. Let's do use connection list as it exists when saved, instead of the old ID list to write connections. Room connections list. Okay. That's going to be in the map model, or controller rather. Divided by the off. Ooh, that's right. We did the math instead. Because of our offset. So it is, it's 10 by 10 in the file. That okay, yeah, we can't do this. That was an incorrect thing. When we do the map initialization, update room, initialize map, because yeah, we don't increase the size by the offset, we increase the size. This needs to become different. Hey, please, what is your Git workflow and workflow on your own stuff? Pretty much the same as when I message retracted. Okay. Pretty much the same as when I work in a team. I create branches for features or changes, everything basically. As soon as the basic layer, like initial early days, I'll just commit to main, just push to main, it's fine. But as soon as I have something that is functional-ish, I'll go start creating branches. And then I work out of the branch, and then when I'm ready to merge it, I create a PR and I just go merge it. What did you get workflow and work on your own stuff? Yeah. What I just answered. And I try to mostly keep my commits, I get sidetracked, or sometimes I decide, you know what, I'm just going to make it all one, it's fine. But I try to keep my commits reasonable when I make each commit in the branch. Like here, when I just did this, I just went and changed this. I put it into a commit. When I go fix this offset business, I'll put it into another. I try to keep it reasonable to help myself in the future if I have to go back through and try to look for where I broke a thing. Same here. Yeah. I consider it to just be good practice. And, helps future me sometimes. Okay. What we should do here, I think, is track this separately, but I need to look at where I use this. I use it here. That's okay. And in test, I use it. That's fine. So pretty minimal usage, which is good. I do use it in build as well. Where do I use it? Yes, in column and row count. Okay. So do I want to have like an inflated size, or do I want to have a deflated size? The only thing that cares about the true size is going to be the controller. So I can do something like a true size. That's all fine. I can leave in map data as that still. Then when I inflate you, that's all fine. When I initialize this, I can do it here. That's fine. No, except for why do I do that? I do that because I didn't have size at that point, and I should clean that up. And I do use you to build that. How do I want to do that? Map size can still be that, but this shouldn't care about it. That's the answer. I'm only going to care about this when I actually load. That's my answer. So new map, when I do this, I do that. I say true size is a size. Oops, wrong character. Size X, size Y. And I'm going to do the same thing when I load a map. Once I read you, map path is that. Do you there. Sometimes my coding workflow is kind of chaotic. I squash and merge a branch, and later I create another one to fix or rework stuff I already did there. I don't bother with squash myself. I would rather see all the different commits when I go back so that I can figure out where the change happened. And that's why I leave myself actual commit messages that mostly try to summarize what I did there, right? But creating another branch later that modifies code that was written in a branch before is fine. That's normal, right? That's called refactoring, right? Let's see here. Like, as long as you're not modifying stuff in two branches at the same time. Very rarely is that the answer, right? Okay, so to roll it back to what I was talking about earlier, where I was talking about, I wanted to change the server and this config file and the editor and in one change. If I absolutely had to or really, really wanted to, I could do that now. If I was going to do that, I would go create another branch. I would make the server change in that branch and then merge it. Well, I guess that's the bad example because they wouldn't touch on one another. Sometimes you'll want to do that. And then you just got to merge main back into your branch that you have working on. And I can't think of a good example right now because it's so very rare that it happens. Yeah, I can't think of one, but once in a very, very long while, it'll happen. So I'll save whatever I'm at. I'll stash a change in progress or whatever, switch back to main, make a new branch, make that set of changes. Same process, right? Go ahead and merge them. Go back to the other branch, merge main into it. Hopefully I haven't caused myself any conflicts. If I have, that's kind of like a red flag, right? That you're doing things wrong. But sometimes you make a mistake. Resolve them, and then carry on. Like, that's all fine too. It's messy. It's a lot of messing around. Don't do it if you don't have to, but it happens. Okay, so we have our true size here. When we close the map, let's also make sure we null that too. I guess it comes from experience. When you feel there are too many changes you cannot grasp. Yeah. Like, like this is all in one branch because this is a complete rewrite of this editor. If I was going to rewrite or refactor just the map, then that would be a branch for the map. Or it touches too many things, you would want to put it on separate branch. Yeah. Yeah. I try to keep the branches reasonable. I've worked in environments where you have like quarter long or longer feature branches that get shoved in right before code freeze, and it sucks. Don't do it to yourself. And, you know, I've experienced the pain of the long-lived feature branch, and normally I try to, within reason, avoid them, even in my personal projects. Even though I'm the only one working on it. Like, I want my branches to have good boundaries. All right, so we know the true size here. We set you up when we load you or when we create you. So we then know what the heck we're doing. That's fine. Nobody else cares about you. Except for when we go to pack you back up and save you. And I really wish that my folded stuff would stay folded here. IntelliJ. Save map. Code rots in long-living feature branches. Yes. I have been hit by rotten code thrown over the wall the week or the day before feature freeze or code freeze, whatever you want to call it. It sucks. In that same environment, whenever something was broken after that happened, and you said, hey, this thing is now broken, they would throw it back over the fence at you and say, well, I don't know anything about your product. Fix it. Thanks, bud. Appreciate you. And then this, because we pack you back up, we split you back out into X and Y. And you can't be null at this point, because we have something to save. We could... and we probably should double check here. We'll do that here in a second. Let's go ahead and just use that. We'll do a hot reload here. Apply, hit save. Our test map here is now 1010 again. Excellent. I'm done with you, thank you. And because you're now a list of tiles, you're actually in order, which is lovely, but largely irrelevant. We can roll you back really quick just to stay with the same changes here. We'll do a commit. Track original / true size of loaded / created map. Independently or internally, I guess. That's fine. We can push you up. That's cool. Let's do this first. We're gonna say and we're gonna break these up. And if you're null, Let's see, is there anything else in here that we... Make sure you exist. You could argue that we should do this first. Pardon me. Map path is not nullable, right? Yeah. I guess we could say... If this is empty... Just to make sure that we don't... Like, it should already throw an exception, but we'll add context. You are, can't be null, but we created you, so you dang well better not be. Yeah, that should be all right. We will, just for giggles, hit save again. I should reload just to be sure that nothing is being... Nothing is stale. We also need to... hello? Can I do that, please? We also need to make sure that we reload the map when we hit save. Because... if data gets changed under the hood, we want to make sure that we don't have stale data in memory here. So foo gets added. You go over here. Foo is added. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to roll this back one more time. We'll spell commit correctly. Check for invalid state of map controller and throw errors, exceptions about it. Okay. This, I'm going to do this really quick. So we're here. We're going to hit save, and this is going to reorder this for us. And it should also, if I'm not mistaken, remove some extraneous new line characters. But I could be wrong there. Oh, you know what? No, those are in... I think those are in the templates. That's fine. This appears to be all well and good. 01000001. It's just reordered the list. That's fine with me. Because I'm in editor here. Resave test map with new editor. That way, as we go forward, if we change anything, it'll be easier to spot the changes in here, because it should format it the same way every time now. Okay. The reloading. I'm just going to call reload map. So in theory, let's see how, I know what I'll do to test this. It's not really a valid use case. I'm concerned about anything that gets changed as part of the writing process, not reflecting here and having it come out of sync, right? So we're not really going to add like tests or anything for that. What we're just going to do is we're going to manually verify that if I go to room model and I take the connections out, right? Come over here. I'm going to hit save and all my connections should disappear in the UI. Except for they didn't. There we go. I just didn't hit save apparently. I need to give some user feedback on that. They did disappear. Perfect. And theoretically, reset won't fix that, but in fact, they won't fix that either because I removed them. Get roll back. Theoretically, if I come back in here, should all be back. Okay, perfect. Hit save again just to be sure. Sort by UUID and JetBrains will do the rest. I mean, I could. Nope, it did hold on to that. Interesting. So it did hold on to that stale data. If I hit save again, this should not change. Okay, perfect. So we're back to working. Sort right by UUID. I don't really care. Like, it's just going to write it out by location, apparently, and that's fine with me. Yeah. The idea behind using JSON for the files is that they're human readable if you have to, but the idea behind the editor is that you don't have to go read these files. This is like a last resort, something is broken sort of answer, right? Why did you decide to change something? Interesting. Oh, it's because, okay. So we found a bug right here. These guys get created as part of the map being created so that we have a placeholder for connections that aren't here. These aren't here in the file. They're empty in the file, I should say. And I suspect that if I went and looked at the history, I don't want to diff it. I want to do this, and I want to show history for selection. Let's see. These guys should be in my selection. We need to expand. These shouldn't have even been in the file to begin with. So when you write sort by UID, it will be easier when comparing in JetBrains editor. I don't need to compare them in the editor, really. I'm just going to lean on Git to do that, basically, like I just did. So these guys shouldn't be here. And that's going to come down to map editor. Or map controller, rather. We checked for It's because you had empty connections. Which is in the base class. It's because you weren't null. So this is basically pointless. Here is where we just need to say except for 0, 0 is a valid. So I can't do that either. Get will then display properly. You would have to check for outer order tiles. Or I could just save it with the output as it is now. Simplicity. Always wishing for simplicity. If I leave it this way, I don't have to change any code. I can accept the default behavior. I don't have to know anything about it. There's no gotchas. I don't add any gotchas or code. Let's see. Simplicity is you not having to do extra work, but I've got that. It wants to sort them by. It looks like it's sorting by the origin, and then the destination or something. I don't know. But it's the same way every time, right? We just verified that. So I don't have to do any extra work. I had to do one commit. Comparing mock JSON to your output. There's no... This is the output. This is the file. The test data doesn't use the same IDs or anything. It's completely self-contained and irrelevant. And the test data doesn't write it cleans up the files afterwards. So like if you had to compare that, your things are already pretty dire. You'd have to comment out the delete code. Output is map. Right, but that has no bearing. That's no relation to this at all. Expected output is mock since it isn't Git. It's not in Git. The test, this is not the test file. The tests don't use this file. This is entirely updated by me pushing the save button. And it's loaded from this file too. Like this, so If I go to my 0, 0 tile and I add this to the description and I come back here and I'm going to go back here to make it reload from file. Hi from the config file. And if I delete that and save it, it should reload. Unless I've broken something. Okay, we'll have to look at that. It's supposed to update. Unless I didn't hit save all the way. Nope, I broke something. Okay. We'll do that in a minute. That's odd. Did I forget to apply? Hang on. Well, now I'm just curious. Apply. Save. Oh. Because this... Now it loads the path. Editor test map. Yes, that is in Git. The files that the tests create to read and write from, the ones that do, are not in Git. They get cleaned up after the test. What's going on here? Take you out real quick. I must have some kind of a race going on. Apply. Hit save. And then you work. Okay. So I've got something there to look at. Let's fix this first. So our connections exist, but they are empty. Let's see. Down here at the bottom where these guys live. You're going to be vertical. Well, it's going to be all three, actually. We can start with vertical. We want the model, though. So when you click save, order in editor test map JSON gets jangled. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's why I made that commit. So, once again, now that I've unbroken that reload, which has some kind of a race going on. So I changed this, right? I hit save. This updates. One thing has changed. This. Nothing else. I guess I could probably fold this. These guys have changed as well, I guess I should say, because of the bug. But those are the only things that have changed. Okay. And if I go back here and I hit save, these guys are the only things that have changed. Yeah, that's why I did that commit to update this to whatever the default sorting was from what Dart wanted to do. But it's also how I figured out that I have this bug here, because this shouldn't be changing. These IDs shouldn't be changing. They shouldn't even exist, but they wound up getting put in, and I missed it in the commit because there was a bunch of changes, right? That's why I did the commit. So that gives me a very clear idea. And then, even if I wasn't looking at this file right now, and if I was like, okay, I did something and everything should be the same, I'm like, well, wait a minute, why has editor test map been changed? Lets me know. And I get it for free because I don't really care how it's sorted. Just as long as it's the same, I'm perfectly happy. Okay. Connection data. When I get connections, and it's because you're not null, because when I create you, you get a placeholder. For the tile. What I need and you get a placeholder because the UI needs something, or it would have to create you either way. And we only get 2, not 3, because it has placeholders, but they're empty. Right? That seems wrong. That seems like that might be where the bug is. So we lay them down when we inflate the map. In initialize map specifically. We put our models in. But you should still be you should still have null connections. Which means that this should still have... Put this back really quick before we... Or while I'm figuring it out. You should still return an empty list. Because the tile exists, but it should have nothing inside of it. Tell you what, I'm going to use the restroom really quick. Let me see here. Twitch is going to have some ads in just a minute anyway. We'll just take a quick early break, stretch, use the restroom, all that kind of good stuff, and I'll be right back. We'll figure out why I'm getting this nonsense. There we go. Yeah, my camera's blurry. 1 second. And it froze. There. Now that's working. I'll finish my snack. All right. So, why do you have an ID and get added still? I know why you have an ID. I think. Let's see here. Connection placeholders. Where do these get added? Get used right above, actually. That's when we update a room. But we don't update that room. So that wouldn't have been it. We do add you when we create a room, which is why you're there. You should still be returning nothing for your list of connections, though. When in fact you have empty. And you should only have been touched by inflate map. Specifically initialize map, though. So we create you. Right here is the problem. Why did I do this? Why are you even nullable if I add you? If I always create you, And if I don't create you, then what blows up? You make sure to reload completely. Then I don't have the placeholders in there. That's right. That's why you're there. Because I didn't want this to have to create everything. But I believe we do that when we add a room that doesn't exist. Or am I crazy? It'd be in the selected tile. Yeah, we do. But it's because we don't know. We'd have to add something to the base class or just continue to populate these. The other thing we could do... I could not make this nullable. But then how do I determine... Because 0, 0 is a valid origin and destination. I guess we could say if they're both 0? And right now we don't have negatives, but we do need to support them in the future when we do resizing stuff. And in general, we should probably make 0, 0 the middle of the map. Just to make that easier, probably, maybe, we'll see. But, in the short term, how do I want to determine... And why don't I have... Oh, you know what? I bet you... Oops. I bet you I do have this in other... Yeah. This is in the diagonal. Got a bunch of you. Be... There should be 4. Because origin, destination, that's 4 plus these guys. So that makes sense, yeah. So they do get added in here. We don't allow for null origins and destinations. Um, we could fix this up. But other things use Git connections. This uses Git connections. So we actually need to make the decision as to whether or not to include that here. We could do... We could specify that things that extend this class need to implement equality. And then define like a... like a 0... I don't know why we allow these to even be nullable then. And I can't do that because it must be constant. That's why we allow this to be a nullable parameter. But I don't have to do that. I could do this. Think. No, I can't do that? Thought I could. Maybe the syntax gets ugly and that's why I did this. Maybe. Either way... it becomes problematic here. I could also do... something else here and save. Wouldn't you just ignore server until you make edit as you like it and just use mocked expected output? I could, but then you start accruing a list of changes, right? And they become difficult to track. Because the two are unavoidably tightly coupled, right? They have to read and write the same thing. Because of that constraint, I prefer to change them at the same time. This isn't going to change anything, though, with relation to that. Like, the fact that this isn't what it needs to be isn't the issue. I'm just trying to set future me up for success here, deciding how I want to handle filtering these out of the save data. And I'm trying to think if saying that both origin and destination are 0 is sufficient, or if there's a use case where that becomes relevant, basically. I don't think There is, but the other thing we need to do is to also in the future support multiple maps and transitioning between the two, which is still going to be a connection. So that will become more complex still, that object. Probably with some kind of like optional thing. I understand it's easier to handle one thing at a time. That's why I'm handling one thing at a time. I'm overthinking too much? Maybe. There is a limit for future proofing? Yes, there is. But that doesn't make thinking and trying to make a good decision for flexibility's sake worth less, right? I'm just pondering the different permutations and thinking about how I think I want to handle it in the future and trying to maintain some flexibility. Otherwise, you end up refactoring every time you change anything at all. So, like, there's a balance to strike, right? And you're not always going to get it right. Sometimes you're going to do some thinking that you don't use, and sometimes it'll pay off. Just don't get lost in permutations. I'm trying not to. But that's why I was over here looking at, like, where does this decision really need to live? Where's the correct place? What are the other implications, like this needing to then create, right? Which we don't necessarily want. And in fact, that should be back now, but I think it's just needs to be reloaded to make sure it does come back. Let's make sure before we get any further down in the weeds. Yeah. And in understanding that I rely upon this to return me these empty connection objects, I didn't just shoot myself in the foot in the UI by handling it in kind of like more the back end sort of crunchy bits, by making them nullable, right? Because then I have to figure out how to create these on the fly, which I could do, but it would basically involve writing more code. I would have to say that any connection tile needs to implement a new or something, and so then I'd have to go write 3 different implementations of that, which would be fine. I could do that. Like, it's not a huge deal, but do I want to, right? Is that cleaner than, and clean in the very, very subjective sort of amorphous sense? It's what I did with rooms, but rooms are a little bit different. Do you always need to refactor? That's a normal thing. That's why you have tests. Right. Yes. But as you stack up these decisions, that's where you start to lose your velocity, right? Because you have to start considering more and more things as you go. And so trying to kind of keep that stack as low as possible, as being as flexible as possible, you can preserve some velocity, right? By taking a few extra minutes to think about what you want to do in the future, you can avoid refactors for the thing, which almost inevitably lead to additional refactors, and things just kind of spiral, you know? Because that's the other coin of getting lost in perfectionism, right? You know, the other side of that coin. The other thing I could do is let the object itself tell me if it has data or not, in the form of a getter that has logic in it, right? But then again, that lives in 3 different places and can be problematic. But doing that helps to account for the fact that connections won't always be in the same map in the future. We could also just create a different connection object for that. But I don't think connection objects they don't have a base. They're a thing. They're just a connection data class. Coordinates implement. Okay, here we go. Coordinates implement equality and hash, right? Yes. So I could say here in connection data, I could call you, what do I want to call you? Just call it valid. I don't want to do that though. I think I want to just hang it off of the class. And you guys aren't allowed to be null. Don't create too many objects get lost. Well, I need connection objects because they're the model behind the view, right? They represent the data. I could do this. I don't need this in here. I just need Oh, you're gonna make... You won't let me do that? Oh, duh. Because, because I'm dumb and I didn't do that. Exit description can be empty as well. The DCs can be. That's fine. I could do that. And then... Problem with object-oriented programs, there's always more objects. That's true. But you always need something to hold and wrangle and represent your data, right? Otherwise, it just becomes a disjointed mess. So not everything needs to be an object in a factory and all this and that's and the abstractions and all that, but they do exist for reasons and they can be used. And especially when you're talking about UI stuff, where it's very useful to have the code for the UI and the code for the data it's representing and be able to do things with the both of them, you know. Can I conditionally include things like that? Doesn't seem so, but I could be just ignorant of the Dart syntax for it. Let's find out. Because you can do this with things that could be null, but I might just have to build it, you know, manually. That's fine if I do. I'm just curious now. Oh, you can just do an if. And you know what I think I want to do? Is this. It's still bool, but it's get. I think. What's the syntax? That. And then boop, and then boop. And then I do the same thing. No. And if you're valid, then include that. You can't be null. UI has a good use for Oop, I'm not sure it's good use for everything. I mean, so, kind of harking back to the Rust discussion with the guy that went off to learn some more Rust, you do kind of have to do things in the way that the language wants you to. Otherwise, you're going to have a bad time, right? So, like, if you're working in a language that is strongly object-oriented, you kind of got to play that ball game. If you're working in Go, then you're going to use some structs instead, right? And you're going to hang methods off of them, and it's going to be not really strongly object-oriented because you don't have inheritance and all this other stuff really, kind of, not really. But you can do things that way, You got to work with the tools that the language wishes you to use. There is no... Like Thor says, all the languages suck. If there was one that didn't, we would all use it, right? Everything sucks. But when you're in Java or Dartland, then you got to do that. When you're in JavaScript land, you got to use a lot of arrow functions and crap. Otherwise, things get weird. And I don't like arrow funcs. I hate them. I just type the damn letters. It's not that hard, But pick your poison, and figure out. You still have to apply like the fundamental concepts of programming, where you try to reduce complexity. You try, within reason, to have locality of behavior. You try, to avoid go the, oh gosh, what is it? Their FAQ or someplace, wherever, the common questions, whatever. They say, a little copying is better than a lot of coupling or something like that. Like, these sort of axioms, to the degree that you and your experience will tell you want to follow, you still apply those, but like you have to do things in the way that Dart or Rust or C# or JavaScript or Go or C or C++ want you to. Have I looked at ECS like in game engine terms, like entity whatever, kind of? Let's see, what was I doing? Yes, I need to go implement you. But I want to first... So I've run into the same problem here, though. Where if I do this way, then I'm not going to have anything populated in here. So it doesn't need to be done here. It needs to be done, and this is actually probably better. So we've implemented it on the object, and then in the map controller, when we're going to save it, we don't need this check. We do in here. If it's valid, then we do that. That's the magic word, I think. And then we get everything for free, because we've done all the work in the places. Are you relaunched? Oh, you're just hiding. There we go. Yes, in game and engine terms. Yeah, I've looked at it a little bit, but okay, so we still get that. I'm not actually a game developer, so I haven't done a ton of looking at it. All right, so if I save, my config file should get shorter, and it does. We lose some things, as we should. So we lose 2 connections there, correct. And we should also... Zero 1 to 0 0. Why do you go away? Ah, because I've made a mistake. Let me close you. This needs to be roll back. In my, I'm done in there, I think. In my connection model, this needs to be separate. Because they have to both be 0 to be invalid. Let me relaunch that. Now if I hit save. Oh, I've confused myself. Roll back, please. Not empty, not empty, not empty. This... This fails because 1 is allowed. Can I negate that? I should be able to negate that. Hit save. Those guys still in there. You guys are out. Good. And then up here, I should also be... Where are you? Here you are. Those 2 empty. This 2 empty. Perfect. Okay. There we go. And my other connections to 0 are preserved. Okay. That should fix. And we should... still be passing all my tests. I'm not, though. Interesting. Empty connections. Let me think here before I go looking. Length was called on null. So there are cases where this is null? Should not be true. You should only return... Let's go find out. Map controller test. fold these real quick for my sanity's sake. You won't matter for this, but we'll still fold you. Because we backed our change out of vertical, right? Yeah. So it should still be returning. So let's figure out. I'm going to run this here just for the sake of my sanity. But you all pass. What? Oh, it's map model test, not controller test. My bad. That does make sense to my brain. All right. Let's make sure before I go fold everything that won't save for some reason. I think I need to delete the IntelliJ cache, and I just haven't gotten around to doing that. I think there's probably something wonky with it. So it normally is supposed to preserve your state. Okay. So Marshall to JSON. Length was called on null. Result tile, connections. You should have connections in here. Room tiles, room data, connection data. Okay, you have fields, you have coordinates. So you shouldn't be empty in this case. Rooms, connections. Around here, I should have results. And it's barfed on connections length. You have a length. Tiles has a length. Ah, tile connections. Not connections. Okay. So come on down here. We're in tiles. Why didn't this fail before? Nothing else used as the new valid. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. No connections. Interesting. Why would that be? I wonder if... something else uses get valid. Result. Tiles. You still don't have connections. What? I can't be losing my mind. Something funky happened. Did I comment something out for testing and forget to put it back? Connection model. Nothing else should change there. That's the only place we call valid. Stash that. Did I break this earlier? I did. Crap. Okay. Pop that back off. Okay, so... where did I break that? When did I break that at? Here's what we're gonna do. Because the map marshalling is working correctly. You know what? It's because... I bet you I did it when I changed... the, marshalling here to use the correct stuff, because I had that bug where I overlooked this needed to be corrected with the actual data. I bet you in my model test, where did you go? Or map model test, rather. Well, no, because that was passing. It isn't in room. It's in map model. So right now, if I save, I wanted main, thank you. It should wipe out connections if this is correct. Save. Tiles. Doesn't wipe it out. So why this? Okay. So the only thing that should have changed is our connections. We'll have to chase down this test failure for sure. But those two, that one. And I could also just double check. That's missing, as expected. Those two are missing, as expected. Nothing else is different. Okay. 3 differences. Could have used this, I suppose. Okay, so we're going to commit this, even though the tests are broken. So test map, yes, because we remove those. Map controller, connection model. Map controller, connection model, yes. Commit, let's say, exclude connections that are placeholders from the config file. On save. I totally fat fingered that. Push. Okay, let's go figure out what I screwed up here and when. Because I ran these pretty aggressively as I was going, I thought, but I must have just overlooked it, made a mistake. Result tile, connections, length, result tile. Which we loop through the tiles. We look at connections. It's because... No, it sucks. It's because when we load the map, we change this. So I must have broken this when we fixed, quote unquote, I fixed functionality of the room model here. Oh yeah, right here, duh. When I fix this right here. And because we mutate this, as part of operation here, that becomes problematic. And this is not actually a truly valid map. It's valid test data. It looks exactly like test data, but it is a mock. Thanks for streaming insightful chat. Looking forward for more videos. Wish you best of luck in your mud editing endeavors. I have to pass out now. Yeah, man, it was good. Good to meet you. It's good chatting with you. I do this thing 4 hours-ish a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday, ending today. So come on back Friday. I'll be here unless there's anything crazy happening. And we'll do some more of it. But I appreciate you. Have a good night. I guess what I could do is I could mock in the connections as well. The only other thing to do would be to make this all completely real valid map data, which is not really important for marshalling and unmarshalling purposes, and makes it less flexible for the sake of testing, because it's harder to pass in data that is invalid or mangled in some way and still be valid in other ways. If I use the correct characters, it'll help. I can give it the same IDs. That's not a problem. Yeah, except for I gotta make them UID values. That's fine too. Yeah, that's what this has to be to make it valid. And the only reason we didn't pull these out of the room data itself is because we already had a list of, we're already going through the whole list. And we get a nice order out of it. Plus it helps us to, I guess, maybe we should be pulling them out of the rooms as we go. That might actually just solve the whole problem of making it valid or not. Because if it's just a placeholder, it's not associated to a room, right? Crap. I might like that a lot more. We would run the risk of, if we orphaned a connection, or one was orphaned, but then you're going to be broken in here too. And that should throw errors on trying to load the map. Because you have no reference for the parent. Well, no, you couldn't even exist. Well, yeah, okay, never mind. I lied. You could exist. You'd just be very broken. That won't fix our test. But let me do this. Let me throw myself a to-do. Should we just pull connections off the room tiles directly? Would skip needing to check validity. No, it's not really relevant. That would be a thing that might be smarter. Ugh. It'll change the order of the output, but again, I don't care as long as it's the same every time, and it should be because we go through everything's a list. It's still good. This test will still be broken. These still need to go because we don't care about this at the point of marshalling. These still need to get mocked in. That's fine. From string, oops. You like so, right? We would need to also have the rest of this be I like the precedence of a weight in this language. It's Dart. Works like Rust, but prefixed from what I see. I don't think I got to awaiting things in Rust. The little bit of it I did years ago. It's all right. This is Dart because Flutter runs on Dart, and because this is in Flutter. Okay, so we need to do this. Todo mock in these as connection data when we are marshalling. We don't have the connection IDs. We have connection objects that may or may not have been modified. Let's just say. Actually, you know what? Hang on. This, now, I am overthinking this. We don't need to mock the whole object. It should be null after we load the map. Mock that here. And did I use the same? I did use the same IDs. That's fine. It won't matter for this test. I do need to go grab this though. Right. Because the only thing we care about when marshalling is that the IDs come out of these guys. That should fix this test. The others will still be broken. We'll need to go fix them. No, you're not. Oh, because I didn't check. Well, no, it should be connections. Result tile connections. This guy. but the UUID of it. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So I just need to tweak those things. I'm still confused how I managed to miss that, but that's what I will do. I'll fix up the tests, and then we'll evaluate the map controller thing. In Python, await food bar has to be written await food bar, which is the reason why rest went with food.await. Gotcha, okay. Huh, interesting. Okay, so that's going to put me past the 4-hour mark by a couple minutes here. So I'm going to go have some lunch. I'm starving. But I do this thing 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, roughly, give or take, starting on Friday and ending today. So thank you to everybody who came to hang out. It was good to meet those of you who are new. Good to see those of you who are returning viewers. I would love to see you again. Come back on Friday at about 10 a.m. Central Time, or, you know, within 4 hours of that, and I should be here doing more of it, and I'd love to see you guys again. If not, you guys have yourselves a great week anyway, and I'll catch you some other time on down the road. Thanks again.